Session is resumed. Session, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the communications and committee report.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved. Secretary General is hereby directed to please comply.
House Bill 8, additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill number 8562, establishing a Marina Regional Office in Balanga City, Bataan. Representative Gonzales Sandra and Losota. House Bill number 8563, providing for the establishment of Marina Regional Office in Iligan City, Isabela. Representative Gonzales Sandra and Losotan.
To the same committee.
House Bill number 8564, establishing a Marina Regional Office in Puerto Princesa City, Palawan. Representative Gonzales Sandro Losotan.
Same committee.
House Bill number 8565, mandating real estate developers and construction firms to ensure that newly constructed buildings and other such developments are provided with high-speed, ready-in-building physical telecommunications infrastructure. Representative Biason.
Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill number 8566, establishing a National Cancer Center to be known as the National Cancer Center of the Philippines. Representative Rodriguez.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 6567, creating a lending assistance program to aspiring women entrepreneurs from low-income families. Representative Crisologo.
Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill number 6568, to develop an educational strategy that addresses educational needs of all members of local communities. Representative Villafuerte.
Educationalist, Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 8569, providing for the establishment of an agriculture weather office. Representative Villafuerte.
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8570, amending the Civil Code Article 737, making it consistent. House Bill number 8571, providing gender discrimination in employment advertising. Representative Villafuerte.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 8572, amending the Labor Code Article 280 to clarify Indian project employment requirement. House Bill number 8573, repealing the Civil Code Article 781 on the ground of superfluity. Representative Villafuerte.
Revision of laws.
House Bill number 8574, amending the Civil Code Article 1991, replacing the other words depositors with depositaries in order to the law to reflect its intended
The same
meaning.
committee.
House Bill number 8575, amending the Civil Code Article 2180 to include academic institutional institutions. Representative Villafuerte.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8576, promoting research on dystonia. Representative Villafuerte.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8577, expanding the composition of the SRA Sugar Board. Representative Villafuerte.
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8578, amending the Philippine Foreign Service Act of 1991, Title 3, Section 30, by deleting the requirement of confirmation by the Commission on Appointments.
Foreign Affairs.
House Bill number 8579, to protect the freedom of speech and association rights students attending institution and higher education. Representative Villafuerte.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8580, providing national program for improving the quality of instruction in humanitarian public private elementary secondary schools. Representative Villafuerte.
Education and Culture.
House Bill number 8581, instituting reforms in the land administration. Representative Villafuerte.
Committee on Reorganization, Government Reorganization, and Natural Resources.
House Bill number 8582, establishing innovative programs to provide safe school environments. Representative Villafuerte.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 8583, imposing higher penalties for vehicular accidents. Representative Villafuerte.
Transportation.
House Bill number 8584, amending National Internal Revenue Code to ensure the affordability of anti-COVID testing, treatment, vaccination, and local manufacture. Representative Co Angelica.
Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8585, providing qualification for and compensation to SK officials. Representative Bhagat Singh.
Local Government.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1523, directing DepEd to report to the Committee on Basic Education on the funding personnel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1524, commending and congratulating Bren's Esports for winning the Mobile Legends Big Bang.
Youth and Sports Development.
Communications, letters, emails, several municipal mayors, city mayors, provincial governors informing the House on reports on fund utilization, status of programs, project. for certain months of 2020.
Committee on Appropriations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the consideration of measures under the calendar of business.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 8248 contained in Committee Report number 691 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved. Secretary General is hereby directed to read.
House Bill 8248, an act establishing an on-site, in-city, near-city, or off-city local government resettlement program for informal settler families in accordance with the People's Plan and mandating the implementing local government unit jointly with the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development in cases of near-city or off-city resettlement to provide other basic services and livelihood components in favor of the recipient local government unit, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7279 as amended, otherwise known as the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Francisco Kiko Benitez, Chairman of the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, for his sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman of the sponsoring committee, the Honorable Benitez, is hereby recognized on the Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me in the
The Zoom.
hall? Can I be heard, sir?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. 3 decades since the enactment of Republic Act 7279, or the Urban Development and Housing Act, housing the poor continues to be an enormous national challenge. Population growth and rural to urban migration are driving higher demand for housing in cities. As competition over limited space increase and land values rise, making housing unaffordable for low-income families. They are forced to live in the margins of the city, in idle spaces, under footbridges, along waterways, exposing them to health and environmental hazards. The most recent estimate places the number of informal settler families in the country at 1.9 million. 25% of them are in Metro Manila. Government infrastructure projects and the clearing of waterways and danger zones threaten to displace many of these families. Displaced families are often provided off-site housing in resettlement sites outside Metro Manila, in Laguna, Cavite, Rizal, and Bulacan, for example. Many of these resettlement sites lack opportunities for gainful employment and sustainable livelihood and basic utilities. Off-city relocation perpetuates the housing problem and the cycle of vulnerability and the conditions of precarity of the poor. The dismal conditions in off-city relocation sites push many families to go back to the city to find regular sources of income to meet their daily needs and aspirations for a better future. We need to break this vicious cycle. In this regard, I present for this August body's consideration House Bill number 8248 in substitution of House Bills numbered 42, 156, 236, 2861, 3041, 3227, 4245, and 4869. This substitute bill is the product of the hard work of the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, building on our accomplishments in the 16th and 17th Congresses. This bill hopes to mainstream on-site and in-city relocation and resettlement for informal settler families. Informal settler families will be transferred to locations as near as possible to their current residence, locations with better housing conditions. Under this strategy, they remain close to their jobs or their job opportunities, their children's classes need not be disrupted, and they remain to have access to basic services. When on-site or in-city relocation is not feasible, only then do we resort to near-city or off-city relocation. Further, what is laudable about this bill is that it allows for a participatory planning. Through the People's Plan, the informal settler families, in coordination with their local government unit, get to participate in the planning and implementation of planning and designing their new communities. A resettlement action plan is also made a mandatory part of the People's Plan. The resettlement action plan details where they will go, how they will go, what services will be part of their community, and what job opportunities might be there, and so on. In cases where on-site and in-city relocation is not feasible, the implementing local government unit is mandated to share in the cost of relocation. By way of a memorandum of agreement, the implementing local government unit shall provide basic services, including livelihood components for the affected beneficiaries, to the receiving local government unit where the new resettlement will be located. In-city resettlement is actually not new. However, in-city relocation is mostly used outside of the National Capital Region, where land cost is lower. But we need to mainstream this in addressing housing needs of ISFs in the NCR. My dear colleagues, this is the way forward. We believe that by institutionalizing on-site or in-city relocation, we are able to move them to safer locations with minimal, if not none, loss of their livelihood and access to basic services such as schools, medical facilities, and transportation. We are then able to mitigate the consequent effects of dislocation, which will augur well for the development of peaceful and sustainable communities. By doing so, the state is better able to improve the quality of life of the informal settler families and better able to address its constitutional mandate under Section 9 and Section 10 of Article 13 of the Constitution. In behalf of the other authors and the members of the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, I urge this august body to approve House Bill number 8248. In the midst of the damning COVID-19 pandemic, let us give our people hope. Let us make a difference in our people's lives. Thank you. Madamo gid na salamat sa inyo tanan.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable lady from Gabriela Party List, Representative Arlene Brosas, for her interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Sa Zoom ba o na dito? Zoom?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Brosas may proceed.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maaari po bang tumugon sa ilang katanungan ng ating butihing sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Diretso na po ako, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. Sa inyo pong House Bill 8248 sa Urban Resettlement Program, Section 23, ang tanong ko po dito sa participation of program beneficiaries or affected ISFs, formation of beneficiary association, mainstreaming social preparation, and formulation and implementation of a people's plan. Nakalagay po dito, Ginoong Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, yung nakalagay na the association in consultation with the Presidential Commission for the Urban Poor and in coordination with the implementing local government unit shall with or without the support of CSOs formulate a people's plan. Now, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, hindi ba't ang kawalan ng suporta mula sa civil society organizations ay taliwas sa esensya ng people's plan? Kung ang asosasyon, ang PICUP, At ang LGU lang ang mag-uusap kung saan mapupunta yung mga ISFs, hindi na people's plan ang tawag doon dahil walang reconciliation na naganap with other CSOs. Can you enlighten me, honorable sponsor, kung paano ba itong iniisip ninyo kung nilagay dito mismo sa Section 23 na with or without the support of CSOs?
Sige po.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I respond? Mr. Speaker, may I respond? Can I be heard?
Please proceed. The question is directed to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Honorable Brosas. No, I think the intent of the law is really to allow the residents themselves to create their own associations and as the primary stakeholders involved to make such a decision. Civil society organizations may help and promote and cultivate the formation of such associations, but ultimately, the civil society organizations are not, I repeat, the primary stakeholders in the issue, but the residents themselves, the LGUs, and the local government units, and of course, the central government. So it is in that regard that it is not to say that civil society organizations have no role in it, but that in fact, even without their participation, a people's plan can in fact be enacted with the appropriate association of the residents involved. Yun lang naman pong ibig sabihin nun eh. Hindi ho ibig sabihin kapag asosasyon kayo, maghahanap pa kayo ng civil society organization na tutulong sa inyo. Kung kaya nyo naman ho sa sarili niyo ay manindigan, no? At gumawa ng sarili niyong plano, dapat ho kayo ay empowered na rin na gawin yun. Yun lang naman ho ang ibig sabihin ng provision na yan.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, sa inyong kasagutan. Nagtataka lang po tayo kung bakit nilagay pa natin with or without, since yun naman ang inyong sinabi na may kalayaan, or kasi ang worry po natin dito yung freedom of association di ba? So dahil nilagay mismo dito na with or without, then parang kapag nagkaroon ng mga CSOs na gustong makibahagi doon sa ay hindi mapayagan, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. So, hindi dapat i-isolate yung, lalong-lalo na ISFs, pinag-uusapan natin, ang mga maralita sa usapin ng konsultahan at pagpaplano sa kanilang paninirahan. Lalo ngayon, alam niyo naman po, kahit pa binanggit ng nakaraan sa ating budget deliberation na walang magaganap na kaliwat kanan na demolition, in fact, nagkakaroon ng mga demolition. Na sa ngayon nangyayari sa iba't ibang lugar. So dahil bahagi ito ng build ng gobyernong Duterte, iniisip namin na kahit mismo sa gitna ng pandemya, magkakaroon talaga ng mga ganitong demolition. Magkapareho po tayo ng posisyon kaugnay sa kung sino ang may final say, dahil alam naman po namin na yung mga maninirahan talaga ang dapat na may final say kung saan nila gustong manirahan. But of course, yung consultation, mahalagang parte o mahalagang bahagi po sa kanila yon. Now to my next question, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. This is on the Section 26, letter D, Section 26 ng bill. Nakalagay po na in-amend, It is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 26, Urban Renewal and Resettlement. This urban renewal and resettlement shall include the rehabilitation and development of blighted and slum areas, and the resettlement of program beneficiaries or affected ISFs in accordance with the provisions of this act. On-site development shall be implemented, tapos naka-quote, whenever possible, after the conduct of adequate and genuine consultation with the affected ISFs and in accordance with the People's Plan formulated pursuant to Section 23 of this Act, in order to ensure minimum movement of occupants of blighted lands and slum areas. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, hindi ba't mas pinalabnaw ng mga amyendang ito ang paninindigan ng Maralita para sa on-site development ng kanilang paninirahan? Nababahala kami dito, lalo usapin pa lamang ng People's Plan, labas na sa usapin ang CSO, sa limbawa, na kadalas ay, diba, minsan ang mga NGO, CSOs, ang mga people's organizations have a say doon sa usapin ng Maralita. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Opo naman. I think ang pagkakaintindi ho natin medyo hindi po nagkakaparehas kung anong ibig sabihin ng people's organization dito, no? Kasi ulitin ko lang naman po, ang intensyon naman ng bill, no, ay bigyan ng karapatan yung mga ISF mismo. They don't need, ma'am, CSOs to mobilize them, and the people's plan is really formulated by them. They take the lead in forming the people's plan. So once again, it is not the case that the CSOs or the people's organizations of any other kind are prohibited from taking part. No? But what this really means is that the primary and central roles must be played by the residents themselves. And the urban renewal and resettlement will only be done after adequate and genuine consultation with the actual informal settler families. And again, only after, right? Because it has to be in accordance with the people's plan formulated. So ang ibig ho sabihin yan ay wala hong gagalaw, no? Kung wala hong consultation dun sa mga naninirahan dun sa settlements. Kaya ho adequate and genuine, no? Ang consultation dapat with affected ISFs. Pero tama ho kayo, the premise here is that the ones who need to have the primary say in all of this are the affected ISFs themselves.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, kasi binago niyo yung Section 26, di ba? Na,
Opo.
ano pong difference niyan sa before na formulation? And I believe naman sa UDHA, meron namang ganyang provision saying na may consultation dapat.
Pinalakas
Pero
lang. Sorry. Opo.
What is the difference between doon sa previous at sa ngayon? Na naging kakulangan, hindi ba sa implementation nagkakaproblema usually, no? Dahil hindi nagkakaroon yung matter ng conduct ng sinasabi na consultation, doon mismo nagkakaproblema, lalo na sa mga nakaraan. In fact, sa usapin ng ISFs, kapag binilang natin ilan talaga yung nangangailangan ng paglipat, napakarami po nating tinukoy, even ng mga previous administration pa, na hindi naman din nabigyan ng bahay. Na may mga issues din na hindi lang sa usapin ng ganito, kundi sa layo. Katulad po ng sinabi nyo kanina, sa layo ng trabaho, sa layo ng lugar na kanilang, sa kawalan ng services doon mismo sa mga lugar kung nasaan sila. So maraming mga cases po until now, ongoing na ganyan. So Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ano po yung kaibahan ng formulation ng war?
Yes, ma'am. I think the amendments that this seeks to provide, no, is to strengthen actually the people's plan and the resettlement plan that is a part of the people's plan, precisely to address the issues that you have pointed out. Sa totoo lang ho, ang consultation and people's planning, part na po yan ng mandato at charter supposedly ng Department of Human Settlements and Urban Design, no? Urban Development. And the intention here for creating the on-site and in-city prioritization, no, for resettlements is precisely to allow greater consultation and participation of ISFs through the formulation of the People's Plan and the resettlement plans. Mas pinalinaw lang po, no, para mas pinalakas ang batas. Hopefully, yun po ang ating intent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. That is the intent, ano, sabi nyo nga. Pero actually, parang sinasabi dito, na correct me if I'm wrong, ano, pero parang yung on-site development, di ba dapat yun nga yung unang-una talaga nilang gustong mangyari? Di ba? Na on-site development, bago tayo mag-usap ng usapin ng iba pang mga options. Dahil ang pinakagusto naman talaga ng mga maralita ay manatili kung saan sila, if sabi nyo nga, if possible, kung saan sila naroroon. Unless delikado para sa kanila na naroroon sila. So Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, gagawin muna natin ang lahat ng paraan para sila ay hindi ma-resettle or ma-on-site development. Parang ganon, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. Ang gusto po nating i-drive na point dito ay hindi ba yung amyenda na ito parang dapat para muna sa kanilang paninindigan sa on-site development, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Opo, tama po kayo. That is precisely the intent. Kaya po may prioritization na on-site. Kung hindi ko pwedeng on-site for whatever reason, halimbawa nasa danger zone sila, in-city po ang susunod. So meron pong ladder ng prioritization, no? And in every step of the way, depende po kung ano yung feasible, no? Kailangan po may consultation. Kaya may hierarchy po ng options at idinidiin po natin dito sa batas. Kaya nga nag-a-amend, no, na kailangan po ang People's Plan at ang adequate and genuine consultation. Para naman kasi po, kung halimbawa, payag naman silang lumipat, kailangan part sila nung desisyon ng paglilipat. Hindi sila pwedeng i-demolish, 'di ba? Hindi sila pwedeng i-evict nang wala pong permiso, no, at wala pong plano na malinaw. Na malinaw hindi lang po dun sa mga nagpapalipat sa kanila na ahensya ng gobyerno, pero mismo dun sa informal settler families. Kaya po tinawag, ulitin ko lang, na People's Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. Ginoong Sponsor, may mga nakonsulta po ba kayo, no, na nagkaroon ng People's Plan before? At kung ano ang mga naging problema nila kaugnay dito after ng mga options na ibinigay sa kanila? Kasi we've had so many mga meetings po with other urban poor settlers na nagsasabi na nahirapan talaga sila. Kahit pa may usapin ng People's Plan. Dahil nagbabago-bago ang mga kalagayan, so may mga nagkaroon, no, na or pumasok sa mga options ng CMP, pumasok sa mga options ng pagkakaroon ng ganito, People's Plan noong 90s, 1990s, or baka previous pa, 1980s, hindi natin alam. Ano, meron po ba kayong nakonsulta ng mga ganito, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor?
Meron naman.
At
the committee naman no, had consultations with people's organizations. And sa totoo lang, marami sa kanila ang gusto na may People's Plan. But as usual, ma'am, the problem really is twofold, no. Number one, it's really in the implementation, no, that mas mahirap gawin. Hindi ho malinaw sa amin kung paano namin gagawin ng batas na sisiguraduhin po na tama ang pagka-implement, no. Pangalawa, ang hinihingi nga ho nila is palakasin ang proseso ng paggagawa ng People's Plan, no. But really the truth is it's a very complicated issue Kung simple lang ho ang pagre-relocate ng ating ISFs, eh matagal na natin nabigyan ng kalunasan ito. Wala naman hong gustong maraming ISF sa atin, ano? Kaya lang, napaka-complicated nga at tama ho kayo, nag-iiba-iba po ang mga options, dumadami, at lahat po yan kailangang i-consider ng mga ISFs natin. Ulitin ko lang po, kaya nga ho ginawang mas malakas ng panukalang batas na ito ang participatory component ng people's plan making to clarify it even further than what the previous laws already had. Precisely po because of what you just brought up. At yun din naman po ang feeling ng mga people's organization na aming kinonsulta. Pero tama po kayo, marami po sa paglabas sa actual implementation, hindi po masyadong maganda kung minsan ang nangyayari sa kanila. Kaya nga ho natin pinalalakas ang kanilang karapatan para sa kanilang mga people's plan. At more pa than the people's plan, ma'am, the mandatory component of a resettlement action plan. Pati po yung kanilang process by which they are going to be relocated and resettled. And the new place that they will be going to, bahagi po ng usapan niyan para hindi po sila nagugulat. Halimbawa sa mga, alam na rin natin na nangyari nung nakaraan, na ililipat sila sa panibagong resettlement, wala naman palang kuryente dun sa bagong resettlement o wala naman palang tubig, di ba, sa bagong resettlement. Lahat ho yan dapat nasa plano at syempre hindi sila dapat pumayag kung ganun ang sitwasyon. Diba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Dito po sa sinasabi ninyo na pagpupush, no, ng mga resettlement areas na kasi hanggang ngayon po namumroblema pa rin yung iba dahil yung mga developers, di ba, hindi pa rin naman nagiging maayos yung mga resettlement areas. Now, we are here talking about this bill, tapos hindi naman nasusolusyonan yung mga problema nila. Parang minsan ang push pa ay hindi talaga para i-resettle o ilagay sa magandang kalagayan ng ating mga kababayan dahil may mga areas talaga, no, previously na nalugmok pa sila lalo sa matinding kalagayan. Like the resettlement area in Rodriguez, Rizal, kung saan, alam niyo po, nung nakaraang bagyong Ulysses, bumaha talaga ng todo. At may na mga namatay po dun sa mga areas na yun. So, minsan, the push, ito po ang question ko, ang push ay para magkaroon ng mga proyekto kung saan inaalis sila sa kanilang mga tahanan, sinesettle sila sa ibang mga lugar, pero doon ay napababayaan sila, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. So, hindi po talaga madali itong ginagawa natin dahil yung actual na mga nangyayari sa mga settlement areas. Kaya nga ang sabi nga ng mga moralita kung ipupush mo sila sa kalagayan na gano'n, mas lalo silang mahihirapan. Parang talaga ang real concrete nating plano para sa mga ISFs natin. At hindi siya nakasalalay na kapag may proyekto sa mga lugar na yon, dahil sa kagustuhan na magawa ang mga proyekto sa mga lugar na yon, yung mga nakatira doon ang siyang nagsasuffer. Now, they don't have any say. Kahit pa po sabihin ninyo, may people's plan. Dahil sa totoo lang, pag ang usapin ay kapangyarihan at ang usapin ay pera para sila ay bayaran, maaari pong magsisettle talaga yung ating mga kababayan na mahihirap na aakalain nila na pag binigyan silang 20,000, pwede na yon para sila ay o di kaya tanggapin nila yon dahil wala namang binibigay na choice sa kanila or they will automatically be demolished sa kanilang mga tahanan pagdating ng araw o regardless kung ano ang kanilang kagustuhan o posisyon. So parang mas marami po sa mga hindi talaga nakaririwasa na mga kababayan natin na mahihirapan sa ganitong mga formulasyon na sa implementasyon, in fact, nakita na sa nakaraan na talagang anong tawag po doon? sa ano na yung tumatumbling o hindi talaga nila nakikita yung development na kailangan nila.
Tama po.
Sponsor.
Mr. Chair, sa totoo nga lang po, dun sa issue sa Rizal na binanggit ninyo, kami po ay nag-file ng resolution precisely to inquire into bakit ho sila doon nalagay, kung saan sila ay lalong binaha, no? But basahin ko lang po, no, sa inyo. Ang unang-una, meron po silang basis, no, based on these amendments that we're proposing today, to insist on their rights, no. This also allows or demands actually that the sending LGUs and the receiving LGUs, kung sakali po off-city sila, no, or near city ang mangyari sa kanila, meron pong proviso dito sa panukalang batas na ito na ang receiving LGU po at ang sending LGU ay magkaroon ng agreement para siguraduhin na mayroong basic necessities at may mapatutunguhan po ang pamumuhay ng ating mga nirelocate dun po sa tumatanggap na LGU para sa kanila. Pangalawa, ito po, tumigil po kayo, hindi nyo po binasa yung susunod na paragraph eh. Where demolition or eviction is allowed in the area occupied by the program, beneficiaries or affected ISFs and on-site resettlement cannot be undertaken by reasons thereof. The in-city resettlement of the beneficiaries of the program or of affected ISFs from their existing places of occupancy shall be undertaken only after compliance with the procedures laid down to, pursuant to Section 28 of this Act. And once again, ma'am, in accordance with the preference of the affected ISFs as contained in the People's Plan. Ngayon po, kung ang inyo pong objection sa panukalang batas dahil sa kagutuman at sa pagkakapit sa patalim ng ating mga kababayan ay sila po'y tatanggap ng piranggot na pera at ililipat. Iba pong klaseng problema yon, no? At iba po ang uri ng solusyon sa ganong klaseng problema. Hindi po yan loob ng panukalang batas na ito. Those kinds of solution to that kind of social problems, Madam Gabriela, Representative, will require a more comprehensive poverty reduction program. No? What we are talking about here is a plan to provide for the informal settler families the greatest amount of participation in the direction of their own housing resettlement process. Ideally po, ipinaglalaban natin at sila po mismo ay marunong makipaglaban para sa kanilang sariling karapatan na masunod po, no, in accordance with the preference of the affected ISFs as contained in the People's Plan. So naiintindihan ko po ang inyong concern about the people's organization, the civil society organizations, and so on. But it means, ma'am, that the cultivation of perspective of the informal settler families needs to be undertaken simultaneous, ma'am, to the implementation of this bill. It does not require that we help them, but it does suggest we can and that we should, to make sure that the People's Plan is as sustainable, as beneficial to them as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sponsor. Salamat sa pagbasa ng Section 26. Isusunod ko po siya dapat talaga. In fact, sa Section 26 po, ang nakikita natin, bakit parang tila mas hinihikayat pa natin yung probisyong ito na umalis sa komunidad yung moralita kaysa i-exhaust ang lahat ng efforts para manatili sila sa kanilang lugar. Di ba dapat yun muna yung imandato, dapat tiyakin yung on-site resettlement, parang ganyan. Mr. Speaker,
Ma'am, ang nakalagay po dito basahin ho natin ang susunod na hindi rin niyo binasa, no, na allowed. Should in-city resettlement not be feasible, no? Ang ibig sabihin nito is dapat nasa on-site, kung hindi ho pwede, nasa in-site. Kung hindi ho pwede at hindi feasible yung on-site or in-city, near city po, near city ang susunod na i-consider. Off-city resettlement shall only be resorted to when near-city resettlement is not feasible. And again, must satisfy the requirements of adequate and responsive consultation prior to relocation. Ito po ay mga bagong dinagdag para po maging malinaw yung prioritization na sinasabi ninyo na on-site dapat, kung hindi po pwedeng on-site, in-city, kung hindi po pwedeng in-city, near-city, at kung hindi po talaga pwede ang near-city, off-city. But at every stage po, kailangan pong may adequate at responsive consultation prior to relocation, particularly in the formation of the People's Plan and the mandatory resettlement plan within it.
Yes, Mr. Sponsor, naiintindihan ko naman yung inyong sinasabi ko dyan. Yun nga lang, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, parang yung pag-exhaust ng lahat ng efforts, yun yung gusto nating mailagay din dun sa batas. To exhaust all efforts, no? Para manatili sila sa kanilang lugar. Kasi wala namang gugustuhin. Actually, pag tinanong mo yung mga moralita, wala namang gugustuhin na malayo sila sa kanilang pinagtatrabahuan, na nahihirapan sila. So therefore, parang yun lang naman, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, yung pagtiyak ng on-site resettlement muna tayo, na nag-uusap tayo, na ine-exhaust muna natin yung lahat ng efforts para sa kanila, sa pagpapanatili sa kanila. Hindi yung pagpapaalis ka agad sa kanila, or near city, or off-city, or ganyan. Ang naiintindihan ko, ladderized, sabi nyo nga, prioritization, ganito, etc. Pero yung ilagay doon sa batas na tiyakin na may on-site resettlement talaga sila. Yun yung gusto namin. Mr. Speaker, yung sponsor.
Noted, ma'am. Thank you.
Now, yun, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Siguro, wala naman itong pinag-iba sa mga provision na sa nilalaman ng UDHA. Wala namang binago, no, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Parang strengthening yun yung gusto na mangyari. Sa katunayan, may mga ilang provision nga na yung kinwestiyon namin kanina sa Section 26, no? Na sa tingin namin medyo pinalabnaw, and Section 23, no? Na tingin namin ay dapat isama, or yung freedom of association ang matatamaan. Yun lang naman yung mga questions doon. Yung mga provision na sana kung malinaw makapagbibigay alwan sa moralita, lalo na usapin ito ng ayaw nila ng mga pangyayari katulad ng demolition. Now, yung batas na ito ay sa right to city, well, parang, di ba, ang tatamaan nito ay right to the city ng mga mahihirap. Dahil parang nahihikayat na umalis sila sa syudad at komunidad na kanilang kinabibilangan.
Hindi po. Sorry.
Hindi pa, Mr.
Sige, ma'am.
Speaker,
Sorry.
sponsor, oo. Ito yung context ng tanong.
Okay po.
May pinag-iba po ba ito sa Balik Probinsya Program? Kasi parang yung Balik Probinsya Program parang panakip butas sa lumulobong housing program o backlog sa Pilipinas. Parang panakipbutas lang, yung parang ganyan. Kasi sabi nyo nga kanina, ay hindi kita masasagot dyan, comprehensive dapat yung batas, or ganito yung mga iano niya. Pero look at it this way, ayaw nating lumala yung kondisyon ng mga marabita. Ayaw natin silang ilagay sa pinakamas malalalapang kondisyon o kalagayan. Now, here is the bill na gusto nating ipasa. Na sinasabi nyo, may comprehensive na bill na siyang mag-a-address dun sa mga ano. Pero bakit pa? Hindi ba parang magmumukhang panakipbutas lang ito, no? Sa kalagayan nga ng lumulobo nating housing backlog? Alam niyo po yan, kasi
Yes,
housing backlog talaga natin.
Yes, ma'am.
Yung deliberation ng yan po yung tanong ko eh. Kasi hanggang ngayon, sa totoo lang, ang dami-dami talaga nating housing backlog, Mr.
Opo.
Speaker.
Opo. Sa totoo lang po, two different responses, ma'am, to your comments. The first one is the bill is really designed to respect the right to the city. Kaya nga po on-site at in-city ang priority. Near city na lang siguro kung talagang hindi pwede. Kung talagang hindi pwede. Precisely because it recognizes the right to the city and to the services that it provides, no? The opportunities that it provides. Ngayon, hindi naman po ito salungat sa balik probinsya per se. Kung papayag ho silang bumalik sa probinsya nila, ang resettlement sites po nila sa bagong patutunguhan nila sa kanilang mga probinsya ay dapat maayos din. No? Kaya nga ho may LGU relationship between the sending and the receiving. Pangatlo po, ang ating pong issue sa backlog, sa totoo lang ho, again, wala ho sa laman ng batas na ito, no, ng panukalang batas na ito, ang pag-address ng ating housing backlog na alam ho nating dalawa, napakalaki. No? Pondo po, ang unang-unang problema niyan, length of time ng permitting po, ang pangalawa, no? Aside from the actual formulation of a national housing proper national housing plan with set targets. I'm looking forward, ma'am, to your participation in the committee when we discuss the resolution demanding, no, for the Human Settlements and Urban Development Department and the NHA to describe to us their updated national housing plan, precisely to try to address the immense and growing backlog, no, of our housing needs. So ano po yan, planong kailangan at funding, no? So may mga tatlo pong mga panukalang batas sa committee, and alam ko po na kayo'y magiging bibang-biba sa pagdi-deliberate natin sa mga batas na yan. At pakikinggan ho namin ang inyong mga amendments na gustong ilagay kung sakali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Opo, active tayo dyan kasi member yata ako ng committee.
Opo.
Committee on Housing. Isa lang po yung ayaw sa akin sa Committee on Housing. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, my dear colleagues, allow me a manifestation siguro for the last, no? Tapos na po yung aking questions. Yun lang naman yung two eh. Yung include the CSOs, kasi ang nakalagay with or without, and yung usapin po ng section 26, no, na tiyakin na on-site development muna. Yun po yung mga kahilingan. And as a manifestation, simple lang po ang panawagan ng Maralita. Legalidad, abot kaya, at pangmasang pabahay. Bilang mga mambabatas, dapat tiyakin natin sa lahat ng pagkakataon na mas mananaig ang karapatan ng bawat Pilipino na magkaroon ng tirahan at kabuhayan, lalo't ngayong hindi humuhupa ang krisis na mas pinalala pa ng pandemya. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? None? Same as approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There being none, same as approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed to the individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? None? Approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from Amin Party List, Representative Amihelda Sangkopan, for her individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of the
Session is suspended. Session is resume.
Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of the sponsor of the bill being discussed, this representation would like to introduce amendment for Section 3, Item Y, particularly on item number 4. Instead of item number 4 be numbered as item number 4, that it be numbered number 5, and insert as paragraph or item number 4 this sentence. Participation in local or project interagency committees or any other multi-sectoral mechanisms, comma, formed by implementing agencies for the purpose of coordination regarding settlement of affected ISFS, comma, end. That will
What?
be all, Mr. Speaker.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
I accept the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Any
Thank you
objection?
very much.
There being none, the amendment is accepted. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no other members who want to propose individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none, same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none, same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8248 as amended. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. All those in favor, please, on the approval on second reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
against say nay. The ayes have it. Same is approved on second reading.
Mr. Speaker, I move that to suspend session. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Share lang ako.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last November 18, 2020, the Honorable Camille A. Villar of the Lone District of Las Piñas City was elected as Deputy Speaker. I move that we allow the Deputy Speaker-elect to take her oath.
Is there any objection to the motion? The Chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved. The Secretary General is directed to call the Honorable Camille A. Villar to take her oath of office before this body. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Camille A. Villar,
Talon 2, Las Piñas City.
of Talondos, Las Piñas City,
Having been elected as Deputy Speaker, 18th Congress,
having been elected as Deputy Speaker, 18th Congress,
hereby solemnly swear
hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
my present position,
the duties of my present position,
and of all others
and of all others
I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines.
I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines,
I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees
and that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees
promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic,
promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines,
that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Mr. Speaker, in order to allow our members to extend their greetings to Deputy Speaker Camille A. Villar, I move that we suspend our session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
That's your decision. Majority Leader.
Mrs. Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on third reading House Bill number 6876, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Same is approved. Secretary General is hereby directed to please comply.
House Bill 6876, an act mandating the establishment of fisher folk resettlement areas by the Department of Agriculture, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, and local government units, amending for the purpose Section 108 of Republic Act Number 8550, otherwise known as the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998, as amended by Republic Act Number 10654. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill Number 6876. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Umentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bersaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bendigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Cuanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalya, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo, Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ina, Di Faustino, Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablajan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Goed, Gomark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guroseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haluso, Xavier, Jimenez, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Limlem, Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez, Malañaon, Waminal, Olivares, Jose, Roni, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padjernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Rodasa, Ramirez, Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillano, Xiao Silverio, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tianco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chitorti, Alan T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco Veloso, Vergara Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villara Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 6876. Abaya, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Umintado, Barba, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Cuanco, Crisologo, Cua, Dalipe, De Jesus, De Los Santos, Duavit, Duhali, Ecleo, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Flores, Garin Sharon, Gatchalian, Gato, Goed, Gonzales, Sandro, Guruseta, Guya, Hernandez, Xavier, Conghun, Lacson, Lagman, Lagon, Liachon, Lopez, Macapagal Arroyo, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Matba, Mercado, Nava, Nograles, Juan Fidel Nolasco, Núñez Malañaon, Olivares, Ong Jose Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Panotes, Pichay Pineda, Kimbo Rimulya, Roman Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagar Barrias, Salceda, Sanchez, Silverio Singson, Suarez, David C. Alvarado, Talyado, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Sherny, Tehadat, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Di Alan Unabia, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villara Suarez, Villarica, Yu, Zubiri.
With 197 members voting in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 6876 is hereby approved on third reading. The Honorable Kulyamat on the Zoom. Nasa Zoom ba? The Honorable Kulyamat is hereby recognized for the explanation of her vote.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. No, ang boto ng tinatawang ito sa House Bill number 6876, ang settlement areas na isinasaad sa panukala sa esensya ay sa aktwal ay nangangahulugan ng resettlement at matindi ang banta sa mga komunidad ng mangingisda, lalo na sa mga nakaambang proyektong reklamasyon, halimbawa sa Manila Bay, sa Bacoor, Cavite at Bulacan. Ang resettlement na pinag-uusapan ay nangangahulugan ng displacement mula sa lugar na panirahan at hanap buhay ng mga mangingisda. Hindi malinaw kung ano ang proteksyon ang ibinibigay ng panukalang batas na ito sa mga komunidad ng mangingisda na nakatayo na sa coastal area sa harap ng mga proyektong itutulak ng pambansa at lokal na pamahalaan. Mahalaga ito lalo na ngayon na maraming fishing communities ang humaharap sa banta ng pagpapalayas dahil sa mga proyektong reklamasyon. Napakahalagang masigurado na hindi magpapalala sa kalagayan ng ating mga mamalakaya ang anumang panukala na dapat ay para sa kanila. Makikita natin na maging ang mga housing sa mga biktima ng Yolanda na karamihay mangingisda, isang proyektong binuhusan ng pundo ay hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa tapos. At ayon sa mga biktima, inilalagay sila sa mga lugar na malayo sa kanilang kabuhayan. Bukod sa kapos, ang panukalang batas sa usaping proteksyon sa mga nakatayo ng komunidad ng mga mangingisda, nagpapaalala pa ito na hindi pribadong pribadong pag-aari ng mga mangingisda ang loteng kinatitirikan nila. Napapahina ang karapatan o claim ng mga mangingisda kontra sa mga proyektong itutulak ng pambansa at lokal na pamahalaan. Nakikiisa ang representasyong ito sa kabuuang panawagan ng mamalakaya para sa proteksyon at paggalang sa fishing rights o karapatang mangisda sa balangkas ng tunay na reforma sa pangisdaan. Kasama na dito ang proteksyon sa mga naitayo ng komunidad ng mamalakaya. Dahil dito, hindi ako papabor sa panukalang House Bill number 6876. Maraming salamat, Ginong Speaker.
The Honorable, sa Zoom nito, no? The Honorable Gaite in the Zoom is likewise recognized for his 3 minutes explanation of vote.
Salamat po, kagalang-galang na speaker at sa ating mga kapwa mambabatas. Mr. Speaker, mga kapwa mambatas, no po ang boto ng kinatuwang ito para sa House Bill 6876 or an act mandating the establishment of fisher-focused settlement areas by the Department of Agriculture, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, and the local government units, amending for this purpose Section 108 Republic Act 8550, otherwise known as the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998, as amended by Republic Act number 10654. Ang pag-amyenda sa Section 108 ng Fisheries Code ay higit lamang na magpapalala sa nilalaman ng batas, lalo lamang pabibilisin nito ang pagpapalayas sa mga mangingisda sa kanilang mga panirikan at maglalayo sa kanilang kabuhayan tulad na naganap sa mga komunidad ng mga mangingisda. Ang kinatotong ito at ang Bayan Muna Party List ay kaisa ng mga mangingisda sa kanilang laban para sa kabuhayan at panirikan at sa pagsusulong ng genuine fisheries reform. Uli, Mr. Speaker, at mga kapwa mambabatas noong boto ng representasyon ito sa House Bill 6876. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill number 8243. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter hold the roll for nominal voting.
An objection? Chair is none. Same is approved. Secretary General is hereby directed to please comply.
House Bill 8243, an act protecting and promoting the rights to equality and non-discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, and religion. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8243. Abante, Abaya, Bellanosa, Abu, Abexel, Divara, Bunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta, Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabasa, Garaw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, France, Alvarez, Senaro, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Matong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentada, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bersaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro, France, Castro, Fedinil, Cayetano, Alan Peter, Compañero, Cayetano, Mayala, Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Angelica, Colizal, Dicuanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, Desus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalya, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino, Ina, D. Faustino, Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhayin, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Fer Juliet, Fer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo, Mark Gonzaga, Gonzales, Ariel Judong, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Guroseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, D. Hofer, Haluso, Xavier Jimenez, Co. Elisa, Co. Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Limlim, Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal-Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magunda Dato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez, Malañaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ongse, Ongroni, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwana, Dizon, Pacquiao, Alberto, Pacquiao, Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez, Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Teada, Teves, Arnulfo, Teves, Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Eurelando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villara, Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap, Eric, Yap, Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waycorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 8243. Abaya, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Amentada, Barba, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Cuanco, Crisologo, Cuwa, De Los Santos, Duavit, Duhali, Ecleo, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Garin Sharon, Gatchalian, Gato, Goed, Gonzales Sandro, Gureseta, Guya Hernandez, Javier, Conghun, Lagman, Lagon, Liachon, Lopez, Macapagal Arroyo, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Matba, Mercado, Nava, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Núñez Malañaon, Olivares, Ong Jose Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Kimbo, Rimulya, Roman Romero, Romualdo, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Salceda Sanchez, Silverio Singson, Suarez, David C. Alvarado, Talyado, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Sharmir, Tan Sherni, Teada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villara Suarez, Villarica, Yu, and Zubiri.
With 208 affirmative votes, 0 negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 8243 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 8261. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Any objection? Chair is none. Same is approved. Secretary General is hereby directed to please comply.
House Bill number 8261, an act lowering the minimum height requirement and removing the height waiver for applicants to the Philippine National Police, Bureau of Fire Protection, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, and Bureau of Corrections, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 6975 as amended, Republic Act number 8551, Republic Act number 9263 as amended, and Republic Act number 10575. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8261. Abante, Abaya, Bellanosa, Abu, Begzaldivara, Bunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabasa, Garaw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Matongang Gara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Muntado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyes, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bersaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabutyan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Angelica, Coelizaldi, Cuanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipay, Dalog, Dasa de Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Losa Montalya, Demoporo Abdullah, Demoporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ina, Di Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Ilago, Enverga, Erisa, Irregular, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Don, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Groseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D. Hofer, Haluso, Xavier Jimenez, Co. Elisa, Co. Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Limlim, Kaychong, Lopez, Leola, Losotan, Macapagal, Arroyo. Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Naganyo. Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez, Manalñaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Roni, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio. Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo. Rodasa, Ramirez, Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Romualdez, Sieda Marin. Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillano, Xiao Silvero, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Teada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villara, Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap, Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora, Ronaldo, Zamora, Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 8261. Honorable Members Abaya, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Aguinaldo, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Mentado, Barba, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Coanco, Crisologo, De Los Santos, Duavit, Duhali, Ecleo, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas, Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Gatchalian, Gato, Go, Ed, Gonzales, Sandro, Griseta, Guya, Hernandez, Javier Conghun, Lagman, Lagon, Liachon, Lopez, Macapagal Arroyo, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Matba, Mercado, Nava, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez, Malañaon, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Kimbo, Rimulya, Roman Romero, Romualdo, Sagarbarias, Salceda, Sanchez, Silverio, Singson, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Talyado, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Alan Unabia, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villaras, Suarez, Villarica, Yu, and Zubiri.
With 203 affirmative votes, 6 abstention, and 0 in the negative, House Bill number 8261 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Bill number 8268, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
An objection? There is none. Same is approved. Secretary General is hereby directed to please comply.
House Bill number 8268, an act increasing the penalties for perjury, amending for the purpose Article 183 and 184 of Republic Act number 3815 as amended, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8268. Abante, Abaya, Bellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, France, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bersaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabotchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano, Alan Peter, Compañero, Cayetano, Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Angelica, Coelizaldi, Cuanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza de Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Los Montalya, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ina, Di Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Ilago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas, Ria, Fariñas, Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Juliet, Fer, Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique Garcia, Pablo Jan Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Lerongo, Edgo, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Groseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haluso, Xavier Jimenez, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Limlem, Kaichong, Lopez, Leola, Lusotan, Makapag-Alaroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magunda Dato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava Nieto, Noel Nograles, Jericho Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao, Alberto Pacquiao, Rogelio, Pajernas, Paduana, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrida, Swansing Horacio, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Teada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Suset, Yanko, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villara Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 8268. Abaya, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aumentado, Barba, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Coanco, Crisologo, De Los Santos, Duavit, Duhali, Ecleo, Ermita Boain, Estrella, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Gatchalian, Gato, Go, Ed Gonzalez, Sandro, Goroseta, Guya Hernandez, Javier, Konghun, Lagman, Lagon, Liachon, Lopez, Makapag-Alaroyo, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Matba, Mercado, Nava, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Olivares, Ong Jose Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Panotes, Pichay Pineda, Kimbo Rimulya, Roman Romero, Sagarbarias, Salceda, Sanchez, Silverio, Singson, Suarez, David C. Alvarado, Talyado, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Sherny, Teada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, T. Alan Unabia, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villara Suarez, Villarica, Yu, and Zubiri.
With 209 affirmative votes, 0 negative, and 2 abstention, House Bill number 8268 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8385, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Any objection? Chair is none. Same is approved. Secretary General is hereby directed to please comply.
House Bill 8385, an act promoting integrated urban agriculture in urban areas nationwide to address food security and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8385.
Pala siya.
Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abig Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Jong Advincula, Gabasa, Garawag, Lipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Sinaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Matongang Gara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bersaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano, Alan Peter, Compañero, Cayetano, Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Angelica, Elizalde, Cuangco, Colyantes, Sologo, Cuwa, Resma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dago, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalvo, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ina, Di Faustino, Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhayin, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Farinas, Ria, Farinas, Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Juliet, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo, Jan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Janet, Garin, Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio, Don Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Groseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, D. Hofer, Haluso, Xavier Jimenez, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Leachon, Legarda, Limlim, Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava Nieto, Noel Nograles, Jericho Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Waminal Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pajernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Rodasa, Ramirez, Sato, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarberia, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay si Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tambunting, Tanalisa, Tanangelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Teada Teves, Arnulfo Teves, Jose Tianco, Tolentino Torres Gomez, Tulfo Tupas Chutor, T. Alan T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villara Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 8385. Abaya, Acosta, Alba, Aguinaldo, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Umentada, Barba, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Cuanco, Crisologo, De Los Santos, Duavit, Duhali, Ecleo, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Farinas, Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Gatchalian, Gato, Goed, Gonzales, Sandro, Guruseta, Guya Hernandez, Javier, Konghun, Lagman, Lagon, Liachon, Lopez, Macapagal Arroyo, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Matba, Mercado, Nava, Nograles, Juan Fidel Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Kimbo Rimulya, Roman Romero, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Sanchez, Silvero, Singson, Suarez, David C. Alvarado, Talyado, Tanalisa, Tanangelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves, Arnulfo, Teves, Seti, Alan Unabia, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villara Suarez, Villarica, Yu, and Zubiri.
With 212 members in the affirmative, zero abstention, and zero negative, House Bill number 8385 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move consider on third reading House Bill number 8477. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Any objection? Chair is none. Same as approved. Secretary General is hereby directed to please comply.
House Bill number 8477, an act reapportioning the lone legislative district of the city of Iloilo. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8477. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabasa, Garaw, Aglipa, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Matong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Mintado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bersaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste Chato Chipeco, Chung Alao, Angelica Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza de Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalya, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino, Ina Di Faustino, Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas Ecleo, Ilago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar, Fernandez Fernando, Fer Juliet, Fer Luis, Flores Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique Garcia, Pablo Jan Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guruseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haluso, Xavier Jimenez, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad, Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lastin, Leachon, Legarda, Limlem, Kaychong, Lopez, Leola, Lusoton, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magunda Dato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez Martinez, Matba Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Actividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Manalñaon, Waminal Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Juana Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salcedo, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao Silvero, Singson Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrella, Swansing Horacio, Suarez, Aleta Suarez, David, Suntay C. Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutorti, Alan T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villara Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill number 8477. Abaya, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Umentado, Barba, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Cresologo, De Los Santos, Tuavit, Duhali, Ecleo, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Gatchalian, Gato Go, Ed Gonzalez Sandro, Guruseta, Guya Hernandez, Xavier Konghun, Lagman, Lagon, Liachon Lopez, Macapagal Arroyo, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Matba, Mercado, Nava, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Olivares, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Kimbo, Rimulya, Romero, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Sanchez, Silverio, Singson, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Talyado, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Joseti, Alan Unabia, Uy Juliet, Veloso, Villa, Villara Suarez, Villarica, Yu.
With 207 members voting in the affirmative, 0 negative, and 6 abstentions, House Bill number 8477 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Session suspended.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that all the bills approved on third reading today be immediately transmitted to the Senate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is so directed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business of the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 8558 contained in Committee Report number 725, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General.
House Bill number 8558, an act providing for the mandatory immunization program, repealing for the purpose, Republic Act number 10152, otherwise known as the Mandatory Infants and Children's Health Immunization Act of 2011.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
I move that we recognize Deputy Speaker Strike Revilla of the 2nd District of Cavite for his sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker Strike Revilla, you may have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and dear colleagues. I would like to manifest that my explanatory note for House Bill 8558, contained in the Committee Report number 725, be considered as my sponsorship. Thank you very
Majority
much.
Leader. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
I move that we open the period of amendments.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed to individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wish to introduce individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 8558. So move, Mr. Speaker.
All those who's in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8558 is approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 8559 as contained in Committee Report number 726. I request, therefore, that the Secretary General be instructed to read the title of the bill.
Secretary General, you're recognized.
House Bill 8559, an act establishing a Parent Effectiveness Development Service Program in every city and municipality and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Jose Enrique Joet Garcia III of the 2nd District of Bataan for his
Congressman
sponsorship.
Joyd Garcia, you may have the floor.
Through
Thank
Zoom,
you.
He's joining us through Zoom. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to sponsor House Bill number 8559, an act establishing a Parent Effectiveness Development Service Program in every city and municipality and appropriating funds therefore. This is in behalf of our chairperson, Yeda Marie
Romualdez. I would like, Mr. Speaker, that the explanatory note in the bill be recorded as my sponsorship message. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Garcia. Majority Floor.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to, there being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments. So, move.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed to the individual amendment. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no one who wishes to introduce the individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8559.
All those in favor say aye. All those not against or not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8559 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 561 contained in Committee Report number 732, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the House Resolution. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, you recognize.
House Resolution 561, Resolution commending and recognizing Filipina scientist Jenny Ann Barreto for her extraordinary contribution to marine scientific research with her discovery of Apolaki Caldera in the Philippine Rice.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the honorable gentleman from the 6th District of Isabela, Representative Ino D, to sponsor the House resolution. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Ino D, you may have the floor. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, with Committee Report number 732 on House Resolution 561, I move to adopt the resolution commending and recognizing Filipina scientist Jenny Ann Barreto for extraordinary contribution to marine scientific research with her discovery of Apolaki Caldera in the Philippine Rice. Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we adopt the House resolution number 561. So move, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor of House Resolution 561, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 561 is approved, is adopted. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move that we consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday. And pursuant to the rules, allow me to put forth an omnibus motion for the consideration of the following measures. House Bill number 8550, contained Committee Report number 718. House Bill number 8560, contained Committee Report 727. House Bill 8561, contained in Committee Report 728. And House Bill 6535, contained in Committee Report 730. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with additional reference of business and direct the Secretary General to read the items on first reading. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General is directed. The Secretary General is directed to read the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business. House Bill number 8587, mandating annual psychiatric, psychological, drug, and physical tests for police officers. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill number 8588, providing expanded employment security for workers and defining responsibility of employers with respect to exposure to COVID-19. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 8589, establishing the Internet Infrastructure Integration Program in road infrastructure programs to save costs and accelerate development of Internet connectivity throughout the country. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 8590, providing for lifetime validity of persons with disability identification cards issued to PWDs with permanent disability. Representative Tambunting.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill number 8591, establishing the Government Vaccine Indemnification Program. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8592, creating a vaccine passport program. Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8593, providing for a unified system for separation, retirement, and pension of the military and uniformed services personnel of the Republic of the Philippines. Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill number 8594, expanding the involuntary separation benefit. Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill number 8595, amending the Civil Code of the Philippines to include the electronic publication of laws as a requirement for its effectivity. Representative Garcia Pablajan.
To the Committee on Revisions of Laws.
House Bill number 8596, declaring the Batangas State University as as the National Engineering University. Representative Santos Recto, Ermita Buhay, Abu, Collantes, Bolilla, and Marino.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. Majority floor.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 5777. And for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill. So move, Mr.
Secretary General, you're recognized. Can you repeat the House bill?
Sir, okay na. Ha-
Meron na?
House Bill 5777, an act taxing persons engaged in Philippine offshore gaming operations, amending for the purpose Section 25 and adding a new Section 150-C of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
Majority Leader.
A minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session adjourned. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5777. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move that we refer the following House resolutions to the appropriate committees. House Resolution number 1492 referred to the Committee on Population and Family Relations. House Resolution number 1503 to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. House Resolution number 1504 to the Agriculture and Food and Trade and Industry. House Resolution number 1505 to the Committee on Agriculture and Food and Trade and Industry. House Resolution number 1512 to the Committee on Agriculture and Food and Trade and Industry, and House Resolution number 1522 to the Committee on Agriculture and Food and Trade and Industry.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried and therefore referred to the appropriate committees.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move that we refer the following speeches to the appropriate committees. The speech of the Honorable Lauren Legarda to the Committee on Ecology, the speech of the Honorable Roman to the Public Works and Highways Committee, the speech of the Honorable Sarmiento to the Committee on Health, the speech of Representative Elago to the Basic Education and Culture and Higher and Technical Education, the speech of the Honorable Chato to the Committee on Ecology, the speech of the Honorable Castro to the Committee on Trade and Industry, the speech of the Honorable Kolyama to the Committee on Agriculture and Food, the speech of the Honorable Zarate to the Committee on Trade and Industry, the speech of the Honorable Deputy Speaker Rominal to the Committee on Government and Public Accountability, the speech of the Honorable Zubiri to the Poverty Alleviation Committee, and the speech of Honorable Representative Heron to the Agriculture and Food and Trade and Industry Committee. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the following speeches are therefore referred to the appropriate committees.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of House Resolution Number 1472, inquiry re the propriety of the Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office 2020 revised implementing rules and regulations on small town lotteries with existing laws and jurisprudence. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the change of referral is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that it be moved from the Committee on Games and Amusements to the Committees on Games and Amusements and Good Government and Public Accountability. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the change in the committee from Committee on Games and Amusements to the Committee on Games and Amusement and Good Government and Public Accountability is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 8513, 8551, 8552, 8553, 8554, 8556, 8558, 8559, 8586, 6535, 8550, 8555, 8560, and 8561, and the House Resolution numbers 561 and 1521 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the additional co-authors on House Bill 561 and House Resolution 561 and 1521 is hereby approved. Majority Leader,
A minute of suspension, Mr. Speaker.
session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 5777, the title of which may I request the Secretary General
Our
to read.
generals recognized.
House Bill 5777, an act taxing persons engaged in Philippine offshore gaming operations, amending for the purpose Section 25 and adding a new section, 150-C of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move, therefore, that we recognize the Honorable Representative Sharon Garin of Aambis OWA. So move. Of party list Aambis OWA. So move, Mr.
Congresswoman Sharon Garin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jose Christopher Belmonte of the 6th District of Quezon City for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kit Belmonte is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the representative who actually wanted to interpolate is our minority leader, the Honorable Stephen Caraps Paduano. However, he is currently indisposed and unable to participate even by Zoom, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So I was asked by his office to propound certain questions in his behalf, if the honorable sponsor will allow me to do so, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Same here, Mr. Speaker. The person who's supposed to sponsor is unavailable, so I'm sponsoring today.
So ako na lang pagtiyagaan nyo, Ma'am Sharon.
Ako rin pagtiyagaan mo.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, this refers to Section 2, page 4, starting line 2. Is the 5% tax levied by this proposed bill in addition to the 5% tax which is levied under the PESA law and the charters of economic zones such as the Cagayan Economic Zone, the Aurora Economic Zone, the Zamboanga Economic Zones, etc.? The premise of this question, as propounded by the minority leader, is that there are locators are already paying 5% of their gross receipts as provided for under the PESA law and the separate charters of the specific economic zones. That it actually provides 5% tax on gross receipts or revenues. Would this mean that the additional tax as proposed by this law be in lieu of all other local and national taxes, or would this be on top of the tax already levied by the charters of the economic zones, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Mr. Speaker, it's in lieu of all the other taxes. In fact, there's a 2% limitation on the taxes that can be imposed by the economic zones, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I think the chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means is already in the plenary. I would like to respectfully turn over the sponsorship of the bill. If he is there. All right, we can proceed, Mr. Speaker. My apologies.
At mas komportable akong si Ma'am Sharon.
Mas komportable din ako kaysa kay...
Dahil proxy lang po tayo pareho, my minority leader would just like to clarify whether this proposed bill is levying additional taxes of 5% on top of the current rate being paid by the POGOs or the locators within the economic zone. Para lang po, very clear para sa ating lahat. Kung tama po yung pagkaintindi ko, you are actually saying na hindi po. Tama po ba yun?
Hindi po, because there will be a separate, actually there's a separate provision in which it addresses the issue on the economic zones or the LGUs, and it limits it to 2%, the tax impositions of those economic zones.
So, ito po yung last word on the matter, on the subject matter, sent to me by the Office of the Minority Leader. Will the author be amenable to clarifying this provision? It would be better to keep the current tax rates as provided for in the charters of the special economic zones to respect the agreements between the economic zone authorities and their locators. My minority leader agrees with the proposed tax measure, but he is worried about the coverage. Locators which have long been operating within special economic zones and religiously paying the 5% tax on gross receipts should not be covered by this new additional tax measure. So
Mr. Speaker, could Representative Belmonte have any amendments in order to clarify the intent of the bill? Then I think the chairman of the committee and the committee itself would be amenable to that, Mr. Speaker.
For that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in fact, at the appropriate time, the Office of the Minority Leader would like to propose an amendment such as for page 4, line 6, insert after the word revenue, provided further that offshore gaming licensees within special economic zones shall pay their existing tax rate or that which is provided herein, whichever is higher, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And I hope at the appropriate time when this amendment is the committee will accept.
Mr. Speaker, we will review the proposed amendment, and in due time we will tackle it, whether it will be accepted, amended, or not accepted, Mr. Speaker.
That, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I have no further questions as instructed by the Minority Leader. Thank you for that, Honorable Sponsor. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Garin and Honorable Belmonte. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5777. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, House Bill 5777 is suspended. Majority Leader.
Suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Laban talaga. Thank you.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 5777, the title of which may I request the Secretary General to read. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is recognized.
House Bill 5777, an act taxing persons engaged in Philippine offshore gaming operations, amending for the purpose Section 25 and adding a new section, 150-C of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Representative Joey Sarte Salceda of the 2nd District of Albay. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Honorable Joey Salceda, is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I
Yes.
request for a few minutes suspension?
A minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Well done, Mr. Chairman. Session suspended.
Hello, Sinta.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5777. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider bills under the calendar of business for the day, for Thursday and Friday, and pursuant to the rules, allow me to put forth omnibus motion for the consideration of the following House bills. House Bill number 8550, contained Committee Report number 718, House Bill number 8560, contained Committee Report number 727, House Bill number 8561, contained Committee Report number 728, and House Bill number 6535, contained Committee Report number 730. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? The said omnibus bill is hereby approved on second reading.
Speaker, I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes as sponsorships.
I stand corrected.
Measures. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The mentioned omnibus bills are considered. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes as the sponsorship of the said measures.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate on the said local bills, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendment. That we open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading the following House bills. House Bill number 8550, House Bill number 8560, House Bill number 8561, and House Bill number 6535. So move, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor of the aforementioned House bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8550, House Bill 8560, House Bill 8561, House Bill 6535 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move that to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Photo op lang ako.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of Committee Report Number 130 on House Bill Number 5777, and we direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure. So move, Mrs. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill 5777, an act taxing persons engaged in Philippine offshore gaming operations, amending for the purpose Section 25 and adding a new section 150-C of National Internal Revenue Code 1997 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status is that we have terminated the period of committee amendments. I move that we recognize the Honorable Joey Salceda to sponsor the measure. So,
The
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Joey Salceda is recognized to sponsor House Bill Number 5777.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the state of play on this bill is that now we have now completed the period of interpellation.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier we have distributed to all members copies of the substitute bill to House Bill Number 5777. And pursuant to Section 107 of our rules, I move to amend by substitution the entire bill as contained in Committee Report Number 130 with the contents of the substitute bill earlier distributed to all members. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of individual amendments. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of individual amendments is hereby opened.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jose Christopher Belmonte of the 6th District of Quezon City for his individual amendments. So move, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Jose Christopher Belmonte is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in order to extend clarity as to the provisions so as not to allow double taxation for the locators located in specific economic zones, the Minority Leader proposes this following amendment to page 4, line 6. After the word revenue, provided further that offshore gaming licensees within special economic zones shall pay at their existing rate of tax or that which is provided herein, whichever is higher. I so propose on behalf of the Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
What does the sponsor say?
Just a minor, because of the substitution, we accept it, but instead of the mentioned alignment, may just correct it that it should be on page 7, line 12. After the word higher, insert the phrase exactly as proposed by the minority, provided furthermore that offshore gaming licenses within special economic zone shall pay at their existing rate of tax or that which is provided therein, whichever is higher. It's the same, Your Honor, except that because of the substitution that was earlier accepted, it has now to be found that this amendment will find itself to be on page 7, line 12, after the word higher.
Majority Leader.
In short, Your Honor, in short, to the Majority Leader, Madam Speaker, we are accepting it, except to the reference of the location of the amendment being referred to. But we are accepting it word for word.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. If I may just be allowed, hinahanap lang po namin yung appropriate line so as hindi po kami magkaroon ng confusion when we report back to the Minority Leader. Section. Can we suspend for a few minutes, Mr. Speaker?
Majority Leader,
I move to suspend session for a few minutes, Madam Speaker.
session is suspended.
Orifice kasi. The revenue. Seth?
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, as we continue consideration of House Bill number 5777, I move that we recognize again the Honorable Jose Christopher Belmonte of the 6th District of Quezon City. So move, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Kit Belmonte is recognized.
Thank you very much again, Madam Speaker. I beg the indulgence of the honorable sponsor, Madam Speaker. Honor, I guess the confusion was from the substitution. However, if the sponsor, the honorable sponsor, will indulge this representation, may I clarify my proposed amendment. After page 7, line 6, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I presume that we are using the same substitute bill. After the line provided further that offshore gaming licensees within special economic zones shall pay at their existing rate of tax or that which is provided herein, whichever is higher, comma, provided furthermore. That is the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
I accept the amendment, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, honorable sponsor, Mr. Speaker. At this point, Mr. Speaker, because of the confusion,
Majority Leader, what does the House say?
Madam Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move that we approve the amendments proposed and accepted on House Bill number 5777. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objections? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried. Majority
Madam
Leader.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. The Honorable Kit Belmonte, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a point of inquiry, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. Since we have a new substitute bill, and that is why nagkaroon po tayo ng konting confusion doon sa placement ng aming amendment, baka ho magandang ma-enlighten po tayo ng sponsor kung nasaan yung mga major points o yung mga points ng pagkakaiba ng bill na pinag-interpolatan natin at itong substitute bill na tinatalakay po natin at malapit na po nating ipasa on second reading, Mr. Speaker.
Well, we prepared an aid memoir. We studied the bill I initially filed and made it more stringent and more revenue generating for the government. The proposed substitute bill maintains House Bill 577 tax rates for offshore gaming licenses and the non-resident aliens working under service providers of these licenses. Yung proposed substitute bill clarifies that service providers to POGOs are domestic corporations and are thus subject to regular national and local taxes applicable to domestic corporations. The tax rates, as summarized, are as follows. OGLs or POGOs themselves, 5% of gross gaming, and as you amended it, kaya natin to ginawa kasi gawa ng bayanihan to na TRO dahil sa buong mundo, wala akong gumagamit ng 5% of bet. Sa buong mundo, kung gagamit ka ng total bet, dapat 0.25. Kasi kahit saan, wala akong papasok, wala akong mag-i-exist na gaming operation kung 5% of bet. Dapat GGR because the GGR actually subsumes two things: the marketing strategy of the gaming operator, and number two is risk appetite. This is also consistent with the House position on taxing off-site betting activities, House Bill 8065, approved by the House on December 15, 2020, using gross receipts or commissions, the equivalent of GGR as its tax base. Natapos na po yan sa third reading. Nasa Senate na po. Letter B, the non-resident aliens who are employees of OGLs, we are putting a final tax of 25% of gross annual income remitted annually to BIR with presumptive minimum tax base of 600,000 gross annual income to be remitted in advance and quarterly. That is again an improvement on the previous 5777. Service providers or regular corporate income tax, all applicable local and national taxes. The argument that service providers are akin to BPO's activities and are thus entitled to export incentive is laid to rest, as the law defines OGLs as considered to be doing business in the Philippines. With respect to the regulatory fees, and partly amended and accepted by this author and as chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, the substitute bill allows the Special Economic Zone with SER and PAGCOR to impose regulatory fees no more than 5%, no more than 2%, or gross income, and as amended by the Honorable Belmonte. So the key difference is the new version proposes more stringent reportorial and administrative requirements. So mawawala ho yung agam-agam ng mga tao na basta na lang pong bigla nagsulputan ng mga pogo. Kasi ngayon wala ho tayong tax regime para sa pogo. Nakikisakay lang sila po. Diyan po, basta na lang pong sumulpot, nakisakay po sila dyan sa PAGCOR. At under EO 13, yun na nga po, na centralized po yan sa ilalim po ng PAGCOR. The new version proposes more string to while other, and it is also fairer on refunds and crediting of final taxes. The new version will also yield 31 billion more in 2021 in total public resource inflows, including national government and PAGCOR. The national government would raise 9 billion more than the 2021. In short, makukuha po nito in 4 years will be 144 billion or 31 billion more than the original. It is a very long explanation, Your Honor, but I guess the logic is being that the author is willing to respect, especially given the word called whichever is higher, and therefore we found the amendment to be acceptable.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to thank the honorable sponsor for indulging this representation. Talaga ho kasing pag math, medyo naiiwan po itong presentation ninyo. And so it was always an honor to be enlightened and schooled by the Honorable Joey Salceda. So with that, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much po for indulging this representation and the minority.
Thank you very much to my supposed cousin, because Mayor Belmonte is actually my uncle, the previous speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kit Belmonte, for your amendment, and thank you very much, Honorable Joey Salceda. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to introduce individual amendments. I move that we close the period of individual amendments. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of individual amendments is hereby closed.
Madam Speaker, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objections? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed.
Madam Speaker, I move for the approval on second reading of House Bill number 5777 as amended.
Is there any objection? Those who are in favor of the bill say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 5777 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority.
I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Madam Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect Representative Rowena Nina Taduran as Vice Chairperson of the Special Committee on Globalization and WTO, Representative Maria Lucel Nava as member of the Committee on Health, and Representative Julian Baronda as member of the Committee on Housing and Urban Development. So move, Madam Speaker.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The following members so mentioned are hereby elected. Majority Leader.
Move to suspend session, Madam Speaker.
Session is suspended. Okay na. Session is resumed.
Madam Speaker, I move that to suspend session until 3 p.m. tomorrow, February 3. So, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Session is suspended until tomorrow, February 3 at 3 p.m. Thank you.